Hey everybody, welcome on into Divinely Design Studio and Dusty Book Sniffers. We're dual streaming today because it's a video a day and I have to put a video up and I also have to sprint at the same time. So yeah, we're going to be here for about, I don't know, about 7 or 8 hours, and we're hoping, when I say we, I mean me and all my personalities, are hoping to get this clock finished. So this is one that I started yesterday. I finished my fairy yesterday during silent sprints with the booktube cover. Sorry about the glare, but the sun is out and it's coming through. But I am starting to put these on. And I've got the little clock mechanism. I don't have any batteries for it to start up, but I do have the clock mechanism, so that's good. And so, yeah, I'll be able to get it all sorted today. So I have done, these are all like crystal ones. So I don't know if you can see them or not. They're all crystals. So yeah, but when I got this, there was no drills with this one. I'm pretty sure the girl said that that didn't have any drills or whatever. But anyway, I ended up ordering another one to get the it's slightly different, but to get the to get it. So I am using the drills from this one. So the only difference is there is stars up the top here. This actually has little flowers in there. So I've got some other drills that have been left over from things that have pretty sure have different sort of shapes in them and stuff. I've got to go through a heap of other stuff as well. So I may not get that bit finished because I don't have the same shape as those, but I do have some of these in there. So this particular one, there are different shapes and everything, but the stars is what's going to hold me up. So I may have to go down and like that. I don't know how big the stars are either, so they're not. So we've got some of these, and then you've got these stars. So there's the smaller ones, and I think there was a little bit bigger ones too. No, there wasn't. So they're the only stars there are. So yeah, and they're pretty small. So I will have to figure something out. There's a few of these crystal ones that I've got with different ornaments and stuff like that. So I will try and find those and maybe use some of those for that. So yeah, that's that's the problem when they don't come with drills. So and I've looked at everywhere, and I can't remember whether it actually had drills or not. So I have looked everywhere through my house and my diamond painting room, and they are definitely not there. So I ended up getting this from fan sales. And it's the same pattern all the way around. As I said, the only difference is the stars. So basically I will be putting, and these were shaped a little bit different. So I will probably, yeah, I'll see if because these ones are those red ones. Where are they? They are a slightly different shape. Can't find them now. Anyway, they're this shape here. Okay, so they're a slightly different shape to what's on this one, whereas they're more like a leaf shape, I guess, or a teardrop shape, maybe. These are a teardrop. That's more like a leaf. So yeah, but it'll still fit on there. They'll be big enough to go on there. So I'm using that to do it, and of course the symbols don't match up. So it's always fun and games. So that's what I'm working on today. It's not going to take me long. I'll probably get this done in an hour, maybe 2 hours, and that. So I'll hopefully get that done, and then I am going to be moving on because then that's all the little stuff that I've had to do because I've caught up since I finished on a Sunday. I finished the cat one, and then I finished the fairy one yesterday. So that was the fairy one I finished yesterday. I will be posting pictures in my Discord. I've got a new perfume infuser out here. I need to turn it down. It's strong. And so I will be starting this one. I don't have a picture for the clock, so I'll just make a little note maybe on the fairy one because I started it then. But yeah, I'll be starting this one today. So I've got the sticker into my book. I've got the start date. I have the kit all kitted up and ready to go. So I'm using this kit here. So if I don't finish it, it doesn't matter. So I've got all my drills in that. That was I forget what they're called. They're they're great because they have these little different sizes, these little containers in them. I forget the brand name though on that. So yeah, but I'm using that for the first time, and it's great because I will probably get more of these because if I want to have lots of whips on the go, they are quite flat, and basically they can stack really easy as well. And you can also stack them like a book too onto your bookshelf. So like have it like a bookshelf style with them. And I can also the plastic on top. I can put the little sticker on it so I know what it's for. Because with the Diamond Art Club ones, you actually get these little stickers. So I can take this sticker now and pop that on here. And then I can peel that off at a later date. So I know that that's the drill's for. So it makes it all nice and neat. And then I've got a little, there's some bags left over. So I'll get a Ziploc bag and then I'll write what it's on and then I'll keep it with this. But I am going to be working on that for the rest of the month. And then basically I will, once I've finished doing that one, I'll set up for. I still haven't got to AliExpress to look for my for the double zip ones, so I need to do that at some stage today. I mean, it doesn't matter when I do it because I'm not starting the Heaven and Earth one until January. So I may start in December. Highly unlikely though because I've got other ones that I want to do. So I'm going to have a big one on and going for the rest of the year, which I'll have 4 months to do that. And then I'll also be working on some smaller ones as well. So I'm going to start on the witch one that I just showed you today. And then I may end up starting a new one tomorrow. We'll see how we go on that. I may just continue doing that for the rest of the month and not do anything else and then work on the other ones. But I still want to get 12 finishes done for the month, besides my big one that I've already finished. So, yeah. All right. So that's what I'm doing today. I am currently listening to a Booker Prize long list. So, yeah, I am listening to The Things We Never Say, and it's by Elizabeth Strout, and we all know how I feel about Elizabeth Strout. But anyway, I know I have my issues with Elizabeth Strout and all the rest of it, but because of last year's Women's Prize, but I'm actually enjoying this one. Sorry to say. I sort of want to see where it goes. So yeah, I'm interested into seeing where it goes. So yeah. It will be very interesting to see if I get to the end of it and go, oh my God, I absolutely love this book. I'm so surprised. But I am slightly surprised right now. Just saying. So I'm just going to share this to my Facebook group so they know. Because I forgot to do that before I started because I was chit-chatting to everybody this morning. It's been a very busy morning. I was texting at first and I'm like, you know what, I'm just talking. Because I knew that I wouldn't get to everybody. So it was just better to do that. Dun, dun. There we go. That's done. As for everything else, I have not put it in to Discords or anything like that. So if anybody wants to share, that would be great. That would be absolutely fantastic if you could share in the Discords where you're allowed to. So we've got a lot of people that have joined us today. Welcome on in. We've got some people watching over on the Craft channel. We've got some people watching on the Dusties, and so I'm excited to have you all here. We're going to get some reading done. We're going to be very productive. Let me just get focus up because I have not done that. Excuse me. Excuse me. So yeah, let me get that up. I've been up since 6 o'clock this morning. and I haven't done anything. Anyway, we are going to be having a little focus here. Let me just get this over here. Nope, that's not what I wanted. It's this one. Is that right? No. Which one was it? Let me just say, I've got to find the right one now. Um, I thought it was this one. Yes, it is this one. But I have got it around the wrong way for some reason. So bear with me for just a moment. I must have. Um, okay, I'm pretty sure it's this one. I've just got myself up in the corner. I've got so many layouts up the back here. So let me go back here. Right, that's there. And this one. Okay, I have to edit this. Delete that out. Okay. Why is it not letting me edit? Cancel. Anyway, I don't know why it's not letting me edit. That's so weird. Can I edit this one? All right. Edit. Oh, come on, StreamYards. Let me edit. Thank you. I don't know why it's been difficult today. Like it's just not letting me do anything. Fine. There we go. Oh, for fuck's sake, cancel. All right, it's not letting me add media slots or anything like that. It's not letting me edit. I don't know why. I'll have to work on that. Because I don't want that there, so I want to delete that out, and it's not letting me delete it. That so. I'm gonna have to refresh, I think. I might just open up a new one and see if that is why it's doing that, and I'll do an edit. So basically, I probably won't be on screen for the first one. I'll just be up in the corner because it's not letting me edit my layout or anything. So unfortunately, which is being very painful. So I will just have me down in this corner and the timer up like that as for today. So that's all I can do on that. But anyway, painful. And look, and that one's like super small. And maybe I can add something. No, that's not right. Edit. Yeah, like it's got all this stuff happening in the background and all that sort of stuff. And it's just like, yeah. Oh, I might be able to move it now. Get rid of that one. Get rid of that. Move that over here. Sorry, guys. I will get. No, it's just not letting me do anything. Frustrating. Absolutely 100% frustrating. I wonder why that is. because what happens is when I go to add a media slot, it won't let me click on the media slot, right? So it's and it won't undo or anything. So it's so weird why it's not letting me do that. It's just been very difficult, temperamental. Like even when I click on it, it's not letting me um to move it. Like normally you can move it across the screen and stuff. So yeah, anyway. Save. All right. Anyway, I'm sure that I will work it out in just a moment. But anyway, let's have a look and see who's here. I'll figure that out. We might just have the other one where the time is really big and I'm small. So yeah. Christina's here. Hello. Welcome on in. Thank you for being here. And also on the craft channel. This is for the crafty people. Across patch, draw the latch, sit by the fire and spin. Take a cup, drink it up, and then invite the neighbours in. That means invite all your friends. If you're on Dusty Books, this is my crafty channel. Make sure you come over and check it out. I would love you to have you both have both streams up if you could. That would be fantastic. We also have the bookish ones for the crafty people if you want to come over and hang out there as well. We also have Glenda here saying hello to everybody. Welcome on in. Thank you for being here. We also have Dina here. I am reading Nix by Nathan Hill. Nicely done. Hello to Glenda and Dina. Brianna's here as well. Hello. Welcome on in. Hello, Nicole, Christina, Glenda, Dina, and friends. And Christina's like, ooh, pretty. It is pretty, right? Absolutely, 100% pretty. Love it. It's going up in my diamond painting room. So yeah, not that I really monitor the time when I'm diamond painting because I tend to lose time and then go, oh, gee, my legs are sore. Oh, that's probably because I've been sitting for 4 hours. So yeah, hi Brianna. Hello Tanya. How are you? Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Tennille's also here as well. How are you? What are you reading today? I'll just get to your comment. I know you'll tell me. Hello to Tanya from Christina. I just had a mind blank then. Is doing housework and speed finishing a Nameless Land. It is not the best, but I want to know what happens. I get so frustrated with those books when they're not the best, but they've got an element in it that you are compelled to finish it. So yeah, hopefully it turns out to be what you wanted. Hi to Danielle. Christina is listening to Sea Charms today, book 3 in that series. Nicely done. And also cleaning. And good evening to you, Viviana. Thank you for being here. I'm reading Salem's Lot by Stephen King, I assume. I hope you're all well and are fighting fit for a fun and productive day. Yes, I'm here all day today. I will be here usually until about 4:30, 5 o'clock, depending how the day goes. And we're doing hour sprints today. So, because I don't want to sit for too long because I'm going to be crafting most of the day. So yeah, and also listening to audiobooks. I've now just put this book through Speechify so I can listen to it. So yeah. And helping son with a new project, jewelry making and working on my diamond painting. Nice. Hello to Viviana from Christina. Glenda says hello to Brianna and Tennille. Tanya says, hi, Christina. Or is it Christina? Sorry. A K. It's with a K. So yeah. I thought so, but I wasn't 100% sure, says Tanya. We also have Anne here. We are going to a national book festival in Washington, D.C. this weekend. I have to find a paperback book to take since they are lighter. Nice. Do you not have a Kindle? You can always just take your Kindle. That even better. You got all the books then. Hello to Christina and Glenda from Neil. Thank you very much, darling. Thank you very much. Anne Patchett will be there. I'm a huge fan. Anne Patchett fan. Nice. I don't mind her books on that. However, I'm not a huge fan of Australia. But to be fair, I've only read one of their books. So it's understandable that and it wasn't a great book. It was 5th in the series. I hadn't read anything else, and it was the first time I'd read. And I just didn't enjoy it. So, but I am enjoying this one of Elizabeth Strout. So yeah. But I like Anne Patchett too. Hello to Anne, and also hello to Sadia. Welcome. Oh, excuse me. Maybe I got up too early, Christina. Anyway, hello, friends, says Sadia. Hello to Sadia and from Christina. That's it. That's it. Has anyone read a brief um, history of seven killings by Marlon James? No, I have not. Um, no, yeah, no. Um, it's having a hissy fit. What's having a hissy fit? I missed something. I don't know what I missed there. So anyway, someone's having a hissy fit. Oh, the stream out, yeah. You can make a big timer. You can make you big and the timer small. Um, so yeah. So I'm back to being big because I can't get the timer up there and it's driving me absolutely. I'll go into StreamYards in because I'll just open up a new browser and then I'll be able to see if I can change it when it comes time to it. So yeah. No worries. Tech issues are part of streaming. They are. Yeah. Hey friends, guess who finished the kitty cat yesterday? What kitty cat? I don't know what you were reading yesterday. Is it what you were reading? Oh. So yeah. Hello Kiani, how are you today? From Glenda. Hello to Kiani. Yes, hello, darling. How are you? How'd your blood test go and everything yesterday? Maybe instead of numbers, it should have had stretch, hydrate, eat, and sleep. Yeah, yeah, it should. It should. I reckon it should. You don't have Kindle. That's interesting. Oh, no. I thought most people had an e-reader these days. I suppose there's a few people that don't, I guess. I mean, Savannah's only just recently got an e-reader, but yeah. Um, I thought you did before 6 a.m. It's for the birds, not the humans. No, as I said to you, we have here in Australia. There's a huge morning culture because it gets so hot in a lot of places too. Morning is the best time to get out and do things, like especially when you've got a lot of running around and errands to do and stuff like that. So yeah, but yeah, we do have a huge morning culture. I'm just FYI, like Tanya's on here at 7 a.m. where she is. So yeah. And like in my particular area, we've got a lot of farmers and all that sort of stuff as well. So yeah. Hissy Fit was about stream out. Yes, it was. Were you doing the kitty cat yesterday, Nicole? No, I finished it on Sunday. I was doing a fairy yesterday, so I finished my fairy. I will be putting pictures in the Discord and everything momentarily. So I finished my big piece, and then I had another piece that was 2/3 of the way done. So I finished that yesterday. I started that on Monday and I finished it yesterday. And then this was a new start, but it was something that's been floating around in my diamond painting room and I've moved it several times. So I figured if I do it, at least I can get it up on the wall. So it has the clock mechanism on the back, and it's tin, and it's got a little hanger as well, so I can hang it up in the diamond painting room. So that way it's done and I'm not going to be moving it anymore. And then I have set up for that big witch one, and then I'm doing a big heaven and earth one in next year. It'll probably take me all year, if not 18 months to do, because it's quite big as well. So yeah, my computer is having his fit. Yes. Cat was a couple of days ago. Yes, it was. That's right. It was on Sunday. If you want to see it, I actually did do a video on Sunday. It is the 16th, day 16. If someone wants to grab that and drop it in both chats, that would be great. I think I'm talking to you, Christina. Kat, A Brief History of Seven Killings has 4 pages of characters in the beginning. Holy crap. That's a lot. No, I have not read it, but I'll be interested to hear what you've got to say. I have seen it around that, but I have not read it. So that is a lot. Yes, the morning culture suck when you're a night person. Yes, it does. I missed your clock comment. No, I didn't. This one, I put that up. Maybe it should said numbers instead of numbers. Stretch, hydrates, eat, and sleep. Yeah, I said that. I didn't miss it. I didn't miss it. I'm a morning person. I never used to be. I can be both. So generally, when you've got kids, there's no being a night person because they get up because their circadian rhythm is set to the sun, right? So they get up with the sun, and here in summer, the sun is up at 4:30 in the morning. So Yeah, between 4:30 and 5 in summer when the kids were young, and that's when I got up. And then in winter, we sleep in a little bit more because it's cold. We want to stay warm, that. So, yeah, but I didn't miss your comment. I did get it up there. And this is the YouTube video with the finish. So I actually finished it on camera. I filmed it and basically I missed it. I was gonna say I said that. um, so yeah, anyway. These are you can check it out on either channel, right? The link is there. You can check it out in the first sprint. It only goes for 30 minutes because I only had a small section to finish. And then I took a little footage of what it looked like, and then I talked about the fairy one in that, so you can know where I was at. And I'll put some pictures. I have not taken footage of the fairy one because I haven't put up um, any videos that haven't been a live streaming. So yeah. I think that is too complicated when traveling. Yeah, that is. That's a lot of characters to mention. There's going to be a lot of distractions around you and stuff. So yeah, I think that one is a solitary read. Or maybe with a buddy. Don't mind me. My brain is fried, but I'm trying to figure it out. Things out. It's all good. All right, we have got to. No, I don't want to do that. We have got to the timer portion of the sprints. So I'm gonna make myself small, um, and then I don't even know what's going on. I can't even get to all of my, um I'm gonna make myself small and the timer big at this stage, and then that may change, okay? And so, yeah, because I can't do anything with it. Oh, maybe I can do this, make this a little bit smaller. Can I do this one? No, it's not letting me edit. So I'm gonna just have the camera, down the bottom, but I'll make the timer a little bit smaller so you can see what's going on. And, of course, we will be back, um, in an hour. So happy reading, everybody. As you can see, it's throwing me through the loop because I don't know why it's not doing that. So, yeah, so I'll go into another, thing, and I may be able to change it. So, yeah. What if you close the box? Um, yeah, I did all that and it still didn't change it. So I don't know what happened. So yeah, anyway, I can't because what's happening is I can't actually edit anything. So I can't move anything around. Like I can click on one thing and it'll move, but anything else that's on there, I can't move, I can delete, I can't do that. So I'm gonna come in again and see if that works. But I'm gonna start the timer and I'll see you all in an hour, and hopefully we'll have it fixed. If not, it'll just be what it is right now. That and hopefully they'll fix the glitch. Because obviously it'll annoy a lot of people, especially those that do webinars and stuff and use StreamYards. So yeah. All right, let's start the timer, and I'll see you all in an hour. Happy reading, happy crafting. Oh, hello. We are back. How did we go during that sprint? I got the outline done of the owl. You can't really see it very well because when I turn the light on, it's really glary, but I got some of the owl done, all the outline and the tree. And now I'm working up near, doing the gold up near the, up here, near the 12. So, yeah, so I'm slowly getting it done. I'm just being very cautious because the symbols on this are different to the symbols on this chart, which is what I'm using to do it. So I'm just being very cautious of where I'm placing things. But I do have a lot of gold left, so I think that I will get nearly all of it done. So yeah, so I'm just using what I've got here. So yeah, and there's a couple of spots where the glue hasn't been very tacky. So I've just got my it's dried up now, but I just got the glue adhesive and just used a pen and put it on. I actually don't know where the camera is today, obviously, because I keep holding it over here where you can't see. So yeah, anyway, I should get this finished definitely probably before lunch, I'd say, which I'm pretty excited about. And then I was just thinking, like, I do have a heap of little Christmas ornaments that I want to do. And because we're going to be possibly traveling and whatnot this year, I won't have Mia up here. That's something, and I might just get them done and send them down to her, and she can hang them on her Christmas tree. So yeah, but I'm pretty sure I've got enough because it's the exact same picture as the other one, so I definitely have enough drills. I just have to be very careful what drills I'm using. But this one here, there's a lot of that, and I've got a lot of gold. So that's why I focused on this area, just making sure that I had it all here because then I could just, do whatever over there and whatnot. So, yeah. And obviously I got the little thing to work. I ended up going in to another browser and opening up. There's obviously something wrong with this browser that I've got open, so I opened up another tab and it worked fine. So I'm happy with that. So yeah, and it's so hard to work on this because it wobbles. So I've been resting the little tray underneath, and that's been helping. So yeah, so I'll just turn that around to where I'm working now, and that way you can see where I'm working. I'm about there, I think. So yeah, I'll just bring this up a little bit higher so you can actually see it. I've got a heap of stuff beside me, so I've got the camera on an angle at the moment. So yeah. All right. So before we went to sprint, Anne was deciding what book to take with them to Washington to the National Book Fair, and decided it is A Stoner by John Williams. Nice. I have not read this one either. You'll have to let me know what that's about too, Anne. I'm also I'm reading The Things We Never Say, and I remember years and years and years ago, like many, many moons ago, I was starting to get interested in like psychiatry and psychology and all that sort of stuff, and also philosophy and whatnot. And I was looking at several books. I was down in Byron Bay at the time, and yeah, she mentioned Carl Jung, and I'm like, oh my god, I wanted to read his books years ago, and I never got. They were super expensive, and I was unemployed at the time. And we didn't have things like BorrowBox and all that sort of stuff, and Libby and all that sort of thing. So I just sent voice note to myself. Investigate Carl Jung books. You want to read them in your 20s. Yeah, it was around my mid to late 20s was when I was doing it and was looking into them. And so I'm like, oh, thank you for the reminder. So she'll get an extra half a star for that. So yeah, I do love it when I'm reading books and there's other books that I have heard about, forgotten about, all that sort of stuff. And I do have a running list somewhere. I think it's actually on my notes app in my phone, or in a Google document. I've got a running list of books that I want to look at. So yeah, so I think I might see if I can't acquire some. Obviously, I'll get them secondhand and all that sort of stuff because those sort of books are quite expensive. But I remember having conversations with my friends about Carl Jung, and yeah, so I definitely want to go and have a look at those. I am definitely going into my non-fiction era, I think, because I've been really enjoying investigating other books, especially about stuff that I'm really interested in. I want to learn more about, and I do have quite an extensive little library of nonfiction, especially around metaphysical stuff. And I've got some Buddhism books. I've got Hindi books, and do I have Hindi books? No, I don't. I think I borrowed them from friends. But yeah, I've got quite a, anytime I see like feng shui, all that sort of stuff. So anytime I see something that is a cultural thing, I tend to really want to investigate those things. So yeah, I'm actually looking forward to this era going into, because a long time ago I only ever used to read nonfiction, and I very rarely pick up there was a good 10, 20 years there where I only picked up like metaphysical things. Also like things um, like psychic stuff, and I know that people think that that's like not a real thing, but anything to do with the brain and how the capacity of using our brain and all that sort of stuff, and sixth sense and like all the senses and how it all works, and stuff like that. So it's not surprising that Savannah is actually gone into biology, really. Just thinking about that. So yeah, so I'm looking forward to, like, I feel like I'm still loving my fiction, and I'm still reading majority fiction. But I am looking forward to adding more nonfiction in, especially now that like the Women's Prize also has a list of nonfiction stuff, which I haven't got back to. Um, I really need to start really prioritizing that and just trying to make it, one or two a month. I am trying to get through some things that I had made plans for. So I think next year will probably be a little bit better for that. So yeah, but yeah, let me know, Anne, because for those that don't know, Anne and I message each other back about books and stuff like that. So Christy's here. Hello, hello. I am reading Ballad of the Fallen Dragons and knitting today. I need to go and water the houseplants too. Thank you for the reminder, because I forgot to do that yesterday. So I will do that today. Thank you. Hello, Christy from Glenda. We also have Kelly in here as well. Hello, Kelly. Just for all those peeps that do NetGalley November, do expect a message soon, because I need to know if you want to do it or not this year on that, because it's rapidly coming up. And so yeah, so I know that Kelly has done it in the past, and Atia has done it in the past, but do let me know if you don't mind me sending you an email. Happy time zone, my friend. Same to you. I am trying to get this proofread done for my author. I've got 46 pages left. Well, we're doing our sprints here and being limited on our chatty bits, so hopefully we can help you be productive. Hey, Tia, welcome on in. I'm finishing up A Fire Serpent Legacy by Cindy Rodriguez. A male gay, is that what that stands for? Fantasy? MG Fantasy? I don't know what that stands for. You know me, I don't know. Monique, hey, lovely. How are you? Haven't seen you for ages. What's going on? How are you feeling? How's your back? What's going on? You're dead. Okay. Well, that's very ominous. Hello, Kelly, Atia, and Monique from Glenda. Hey, it says, oh, hi, it says Monique. I cleaned the bathroom and finished The Nameless Land. It did not wrap up the story. The threads, but the end, but it is a duology. So, oh no, no. The big question is, are you going to read the second one, or are you just going to call it? It's super cute. I know, right? It's going to be cute in my little diamond painting room. I'm excited, and it'll be like it's. I've got this massive clock that Brendan and Neroli bought for me when she was about 10 years old. I've had it for forever and a day. And it's absolutely massive. It's got big numbers on it. It's painted on. It looks like it's a wooden clock and all that sort of stuff. And it's absolutely fantastic. But it's now hidden behind all my stuff here in the sewing room. And so I'm never going to get rid of that, because Neroli and Brendan bought it for me. And well, she picked it out. He took her out to go shopping for Christmas one year, and or my birthday. No, it was for my birthday. And when she was 10. And yeah, and he took her out to go shopping, and she picked it out for me. I absolutely love it. Like, it's definitely my vibe. I do like it. So yeah. So I'm happy to have this one. Hello to Atia, Monique, and Glenda from Kelly. Hello, Kelly from Monique. I am relearning American history phase. That's the phase that you're in. Okay, interesting. Do you learn, like, Anne, do you learn about other cultures' history as well? Like, Yeah, like, do you also explore that as well? It's like so if you're reading about American history and say, it's, a history that is sorta linked to the UK, for instance, so like your independence and stuff like that, do you then move on to learn about the history and why, and like the who, the why, and the what by that? So do you do a well-rounded history reading, or I'm just curious because I'm always curious about how people learn their history about their country and the other countries that are tied to the history of their country and stuff like that. So I'm always interested to see how people do their learning or their re-education and whatnot. So yeah, drop that in the comments and let me know because I'm like that. So if I learn something like you had just heard me then. I heard a book, like a philosopher that was mentioned in this book, and I'm like, well, he's not a philosopher really. He's more psychology and whatnot. So, but I heard like I knew about this person and I wanted to learn about it way back when. And I'm sort of also re-educating myself in different things, and that's sort of what I do. Like I let it take me on tangents and see how it's all interlinked. And a very interesting quote in this because this teacher, the main character in this book, this is the one off the Booker Prize by Strout. So obviously I'm enjoying it because I'm talking about it. But he's a history teacher, and there's a paragraph that he says in here that being a history teacher, I have learned a very long time ago, says since the dawn of time, men have been at war, and it's very interesting when you start to look at like the aspect of war and the history behind the wars and how everybody is just interlinked and how no one gets along in the sandbox and whatnot because this person's trying to interfere in this person's backyard and this person's trying to interfere in this person's backyard and all that sort of stuff and it's got a little bit to do with the elections and stuff that are happening. There's not a lot of it in this book so far, and I'm about 50% of the way through. But I find it very interesting how people learn things and how they learn about other cultures because I do know that some countries are very, cultural centric. So, like there has been talk before that American history that is taught in schools, and I don't know this. I don't know this 100%. I guess any teachers in the audience could verify this, but I have heard people say that American history that's taught in schools is very American centric. It's not very cultural centric. So for me, when I was in school, I learnt about many different cultures, especially cultures around, and also, there was lots of different things that we learnt about. So it wasn't just Australian history, and it wasn't just Australian geography. We learnt about different histories and ancient cultures and stuff like that, and how in many ways we're all interlinked in different ways, right? And so that's why I asked that question, is because I'm always interested to know how people are learning the information that they're learning. So yeah, if you could answer that, that would be great. You don't have to if you don't want to. I totally get that. That is a long answer. You can always answer me an email if you want, because we only have a certain amount of characters here. So yeah, Kelly says I'm in for NetGalley November. Send me an email. I'm so excited to read together again. Awesome. I will send you an email or even maybe a message on Instagram that I may just end up doing a group again. But I'm going to be sending that out in the next few days to everybody because the simple fact is I need to know by the first or second of September. So yeah. This was book 2 of the duology. Oh, okay. And it didn't wrap up the threads. Disappointing. But so there's no continuation. I like the author otherwise, so I don't know what happened with this duology. That's hard. That is hard. Yeah. It's hard to get all of the reading down with family and pet obligations, I imagine. Yeah. Yes, it is. It is. Because like there's lots of hours in the day where I'm actually with other people, so that makes it super hard. But I'm getting there. I have my days now where I just read flat out. Like I will basically every waking hour of today, I will be reading or listening. I'm trying to get through a lot of my audio arcs this month, as well as the Booker long list as well. I am happy to say, though, when I finish this one, I will have read 5 off the Booker prize. So I'm halfway, a little under halfway. So almost there. And I'll probably get John of John finished tonight as well. So I've got that going. And yeah, so and I've got an audio arc, which is only a couple of hours today. So yeah, we're going to be running a tight is the word I'm looking for, a ship today. I'm diving deep into American history because I want to see how we got out of this nonsense before. I'm looking for some hope. Oh, there's always hope. There's always hope. There's always that moment when people go, you know what, this shit's fucking crazy. We need to settle the fuck down. So yeah. Chris says I am in a purposeful American amnesia phase. Better for my mental health. Yeah, I agree. I agree with that. Kelly also agrees with that as well. Sometimes it's easy to take a step back and just not worry about it, because like there's got to be at some stage. I think that right now there's a little bit of this person's doing this, so we're going to try and do it in our country and see what happens, and whatnot. And I think, to be honest, COVID was the catalyst for that. There's lots of stuff that goes on, but anyway. So yeah, but I'm always interested to know how people learn about different things and all that sort of stuff. Monique says, I'm okay. I had a cortisone injection. I have some movement, but it's also not changed heaps. Just giving me 3 to 5 minutes of energy. Oh, that sucks. I have been lurking and just too tired to type. That's fair. That's fair. It takes it out of you. I see what it does to Brendan, and also Selena, how tired they get from chronic pain, and it's just Christina is saying hello to Christy, Atia, Chris, Monique, and Kelly. Hi everybody. Working on finishing up Marriage Portrait by Maggie O'Farrell. Not my favourite book. How you going with it, Jane? Let me know. That wasn't my favourite book. It was okay, but it wasn't my favourite book on the Women's Prize. But let me know how you're feeling about it, because different strokes for different folks. I'm always interested to see what everybody's thinking about books that I've read as well. Whether they're enjoying them, they're indifferent about them, or they just suck completely. Do let me know. I got to chapter 13. There were elements of that book that were okay though. Like there were different scenes that were playing out that were quite interesting, and whatnot. So yeah. Christina, you're reading Sea Charms, right, Christina? Is that correct? So chapter 13 of that. Awesome. Also made progress on my diamond painting. Nicely done. Hello to everybody. I like and Penelope. Hello, Penelope. Welcome on in. Thank you for being here. Also finished supper. Cleared the fridge day. Nice. I love those days where you just make stuff up and hope for the best. We don't learn world history until college. Oh, really? At least in on a level classes in public school. Really? Okay, so that is true. Okay, because I wasn't too sure how true that was, that statement that I heard. And I'm like, and I actually was sitting with my husband at the time. I'm like, that is so sad. Like that is, and I'm not being sarcastic. That is so sad for all those children that are in public school. Before college, that they don't learn about the greater world around them. That is so sad. Because I have got so much joy out of learning about different cultures, and I mean, I do come from a multicultural family anyway. My family's from Egypt, Spain, Portugal, Scotland, and England. And I think there's way back when there's some French in there as well. So like I come from, like, my heritage, if you look at it as a collective, is quite vast, and that is also the case for a lot of Americans as well. So it's quite interesting that is the case. That is very, on an educational level, that is very sad for those children not to learn about different cultures and all that sort of stuff on that. So yeah, there you go. I thought it may have been an exaggeration and whatnot, but yeah, no, that's very interesting. Hello to Jane and Chris from Gelly. I just read a book called Marooned by Joseph Kelly. It's presented in a different perspective about the settlement of Jamestown colony. A lot of American history is white male perspective. Of course it is, because We won't. Oh, yeah. Anyway, um, that is annoying, when it's always from the white male perspective. It makes it a little bit hard. Like, I read a book at the beginning of the year, called, um oh, who was it by? I can't think of who it was by right now. I think it's called, please hold. I will find out what that is called. I've just had a complete blank on the title, sorry. Um, clubs. That's what I want to go to. Um, The House at Sugar Beach is what we read at the beginning of the year by Helene Cooper. There was some really interesting tidbits in that about, slavery. That there wasn't a lot, but there was a little bit of tidbits and how, people in Africa, um, and that was for Nigeria, I think it was. No, Liberia. So yeah, so it was for Read Around the World challenge, which I've just recessed basically because I've just been incredibly busy this year. But that had some interesting stuff that I did not know about, people going back to Africa that were considered free peoples. And that so it had some interesting stuff that can very much send you down a rabbit hole. So if you're interested in learning about something, that I highly recommend The House at Sugar Beach by Helene Cooper. Um, yeah, it was a very interesting book. I thoroughly enjoyed it. I gave it 5 stars. Um, and it was just looking at also their what was happening over there with coups and stuff like that as well. So I know it's not necessarily about America, but there is tidbits, and that's what I mean about finding information about how America is linked to these other countries, and that's what I was saying before. That's why I love those sort of learning experiences. Jamie's also here as well. Welcome on in. Thank you for being here. I have been reading the best American short stories 2025, an older arc, and got to 40% so far. Nicely done. Hey there, Jamie from Glenda. For sure, and that's why I source books from a variety of different voices. I love to see more of what you have found. Yeah, that'd be very interesting. I'd be also interested in that as well because, like I said, I like to see how things are interconnected and learn about different cultures and all that sort of stuff. Hey to Glenda from Jamie. Melissa's also here as well. Welcome on in. Hey there, Glenda, from Melissa. Hey, Jamie and Melissa from Kelly. We also have Chris here as well. So, hello to Chris and hello to Kelly from Jamie. Hello, Kelly. Hello, Jamie. Show some love to the craft channel. If you could, that would be fantastic. I would love to see some of you over there. Help me build my channel back up again. Hello to Melissa and Christina from all the hellos coming in. Atia has finished the Fire Serpent Legacy and started the Unfluencer by Mia Heinzelman. Is it Heinzelman? Yep. Anyway, I'll go with that. So yeah. Anyway, some more hellos coming in from Christina and Melissa says, I am reading Mockingjay by Susan Collins. Nice. Yes, it is 3 times. I thought it was. Yeah. So Anne says, Kelly, my books are downstairs. A book that is highly recommended is Stamped from the Beginning. So I don't remember the author though. Another book that I recently read is Chain of Ideas by Ibram Kennedy. Or Kendi, maybe Kendi. So yeah, that is the 2 books so far that Anne has suggested. Yay for finishing a TR. That is so insane because we learn it from such a young age, right? Yeah, like we do. We look at ancient civilizations, like yeah, everything. So, and it's sad. Like, and you're a teacher, right? Monique, you're teaching youngins. So you've got grade 2, if I remember correctly. That so yeah, like it is that it is a sad, sad way of educating people. I mean, that's just my opinion. I mean, you may disagree with that, but and that's fine because I mean, each to their own, right? Sarah's popping in to say hi. Hit the like button before I start my sprint start. No worries. Have a good sprint, and thank you for stopping by. I appreciate it. Like I was teaching kids about ancient China and ancient Rome, ancient Greece, and other ancient cultures this year, new curriculum. And these kids were 6 and 8. Yeah, like I remember even at school learning about that. Um, so yeah, uh, wow. I'm so glad that you guys are re-educating yourself though, and trying to find different, not even like it's re-educating your history, but trying to get different perspectives of that history. Because at the end of the day, history and war is always written by, the victors and the dominators, right? And so yeah, so it's really good that you are trying to get different perspectives, and um, and I mean, and if you've got children, obviously you're going to talk to your kids about that. So it's a way for them to open up their eyes and their perspective of the world as a whole, because we're a community. Like we all live on the same planet. Yes, we're in individual countries, but there needs to be more community and more, more tolerance and acceptance and all that sort of stuff, right? And I think that learning history and about other cultures, that inherently makes you a more tolerant and accepting person. Um, so yeah, I mean that's just my opinion. Um, I'm going to be reading a Gallows Hill by Darcy Coates. Nice. The House of Sugar Beach was very good. Yes, it was. And there's also another one, The Immortal Life of, like a little bit of history, medical history as well, because like there's lots of different histories that you can learn, right? Medical history. Another book that I often tell people to read is The Immortal Life of Henrietta Lacks. That is such an excellent book, and every female on the planet should read that. And it's a 5-star read. It's a nonfiction. There's an audio book for it. I really appreciate the way that the Rebecca, someone her name is the author. I can't remember her last name right now, but the way that she decided to approach this book was very interesting. She ended up telling it in their voice. It's her in Henry Lax's. Like she brought information in, but she told it from with their voice, from their perspective and how they felt about it. So it was very, very done very differently. And I really appreciated the fact that the author did that instead of just writing about it and being very it could have almost been very clinical in many ways. And just some of the things that people that may or may not know about it. It's just, I won't spoil it for you. I highly recommend that you go out and get it. It's well worth buying it on Kindle or in the physical form, ordering it in. You can get it multiple different places on the internet, Amazon being one of them. You can also, I've seen it on World of Books as well. So yeah, so there's many places that you get it, and I highly recommend it for sure. That I was actually blown away by that book. Just the fact that all this information has come from this one person about medical, like vaccines, everything. All right. And I won't spoil it or anything like that, but I highly recommend that you go and have a look at it. Our ants, yeah, they are popping up multiple times. I'm not sure. I think there's a bit of a glitch happening with StreamYards today. So yeah, they are popping up multiple times, and I'm just showing one on screen. So yeah. Hello, Chris. Hello, Sarah. All the hellos are coming in. Glenda, Jamie, Christina, what are your favorite things to read? What is your favorite thing to read this last month? There we go. Some nice little questions there. They are for me too, Chris. Yes, they are. Yeah, I don't know why it's doing it, but sometimes that happens. It happens to me too. Chain of Ideas is about the Great White Replacement theory. That is the basis of the mess in this country right now. Oh, okay, that's interesting. Interesting. Yeah. Because my favorite book I read in the last month was Hazelthorn by C.G. Drews. Nice. I agree. It's very ethnocentric. There we go. I almost didn't get it out. I had to stop and listen to my brain, because my brain can say all the words. My mouth, however, has issues on that. But it is, yeah, I agree. The Henrietta Lacks book would probably get banned in schools right now. Yeah, probably. That most definitely. There is more to the world than America, and nothing against Americans, like, but yeah, and the world history is very rich, terrible, fantastic, and real. Me too. I love the changes to the history curriculum. It sounds very, very good. There is also a book called Medical Apartheid, which is amazing. Okay, that's a good another little recommendation there that I'll have to look at. So yeah, if anybody has got a lot of recommendations or anything, feel free to send me an email with those recommendations. I'm always down to get recommendations in my email. That is on my page on the channel for Dusty Book Sniffers. And there is also one on Divinely Designs as well, which is a different email address. Both of them I check daily. So um, sometimes I'm a little slack at getting back to you, but I do check them daily. So yeah. My favorite thing I have read this month is all of them, two different series. Favorite for the same thing and making them different. Nice. My favorite thing I've read in the last month, the favorite series that I read was the Dream Harbour series, which is the Pumpkin Spice Cafe series, some people call it. I've read all the books in that, absolutely loved it, read them back to back, had a fantastic time with them. And what else have I read this month in the last month that I really enjoyed? Let me have a look on the good reads. And then we're going to go straight into a sprint if my Goodreads would come up. Mia would be one of my favorite ones. Actually, I've got two favorite ones. Mia was a five-star read for me. That is a historical fiction set in 990 AD. And the butcher's daughter, which is the Hetheroto Untold Story of Mrs. Lovett. Um, Really good book. Absolutely loved it. Thought it was fantastic. Recommended to everybody. That so yeah. Also historical, very much set of style, very much the vibe of Sarah Waters' writing. That except it's by where is it gone? Just left me. It is by Corinne Lee Clark and David Dendrick. So yeah, and Mir is by Danielle Giles. They were both arcs that I got in 2024 and 2025, and they were really good. So yeah. All right, let us bring up the timer. That's not what I wanted to do. I want to go here and add that. Oh, the timer is already there. What are you talking about, Nicole? Crazy lady on operating this system today. Anyway, the timer is there. Let me. I'm used to saying that. Let me bring up the timer because we normally don't have it on the screen. All right, so we're going to start the timer. I'll see you all in an hour. Happy reading and crafting, everybody. Well, hello. We are back. How did we go during that spring? All right, where were we up to? All right, I worked out what I was going to do with the stars because remember I said the chart was different. So I had some silver ones and some yellow ones. I put the yellow one in the center, some silver. So I'm playing with it to sort of get them round. I added a couple of extras into some of them, so I'm just taking a couple out. And then that way I should be able to fit them all in and then a little bit round. I mean, you're not going to notice, but still, it was just, yeah. And I got all the gold down and all that sort of stuff. It's actually taking a little bit longer than I thought, but it's so cute. Like, and those stars are good. Like, because I didn't have any, like these were like little teardrops, not tar drops, to go into the center to the yellow one. But I just thought, yeah, I'll just use silver and they just look just as good. So, yeah, so I just went with that. Which I've still got a lot to do though on that. So, yeah. But I got a lot of the gold down. I think there's just one section of 5s that I was using it on that I didn't get it on that just here. So I'll do them a different color. But that's okay because I've got lots of drills that I can use. I could probably add those purple because I've got some purple ones in these left over from other things. So, yeah, and I've got some green and stuff like that. So, yeah, I'm just sort of doing what I can with what I've got here. So, like I've got some pinks, some blues. There was like little silver teardrops, but there wasn't enough to do those. They're probably going to be actually on, I think I'm going to do them on here, the owl, because they're the right shape. And as I said, I will use I think that there's enough in there. What have we got? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. There's 12 there, so I should have enough to do those. So they'll definitely go on the owl, which I'll probably do them next. So yeah, and I've got all these colors here, and as I said, I've got some other ones there that I can use, and I'm pretty sure I've got some more in the diamond painting room. So in the next sprint, I am going to get up and have a bit of a walk around because I've been sitting here for like 3 hours now. So, or I actually have been sitting for 3 hours, 3.5 hours. I am almost finished my book too. I am at where am I? 86%. So I'm actually really enjoying this. So I'm thinking that, like, even though I didn't like that book from this particular Elizabeth Strout, was it last year on the Price of Fiction? I didn't like it at all, like not even remotely. I thought it was infuriating that it was like it was 5th in a series, and it's like it's just ridiculous. But anyway, I'm actually liking this one, so I'm thinking that I might take my friend's advice and look at Elizabeth Strout a little bit closer at what they've got. And quite surprisingly, Simon Savage, who I watch and admire a lot, like his content and everything, actually says that Elizabeth Strout is one of his favourite authors. So maybe I need to just give Elizabeth Strout a little bit more airtime on that. So yeah, I guess it's the themes in this. It's like a little bit of family dynamics. He's a history teacher. He's a little bit disheartened. We're looking at memory as well, like the things that we remember, secrets as well, because there's quite a big secret in this one. So yeah, so I'm sort of really enjoying the themes that are in this particular one. So I don't know, maybe Elizabeth Strout is going to get a little bit more time from me. Would I go out and purposely buy her books? Probably not. But if I come across them with Bob the Book Pusher or, or in a secondhand bookstore, then maybe I will give them a little bit more time. So, yeah. All right, those are now in. Can't get this last one out. It's being difficult. It's got stuck in there. And then this one's up the other way, of course, because that's its beak. So there we go. All right, so we put them in. Very sparkly. So there was just enough there. I've got 2 left over from that one, so I will just put them back in the bag. And if there's a little diamond, like a little teardrop one floating around, I can put it on there as well. So yeah, I don't think there is though. They're all circles and stuff now. So yeah, the eye is the only one that I'm going to probably have a problem with. So I'm going to probably have to find something a little bit bigger in this pack for it and whatnot. All right, let's have a look and see what you all got up to. So yeah, having a lot of fun with this. Let me just put these roses away before I hurt myself with them because they're a little bit dangerous. So yeah, and I'll go back to those stars in just a minute and fix them up when I go back to reading. But I am going to get up and have a bit of a walk around, go and do some washing, do some dishes and all that sort of stuff because I need to do dishes before dinner tonight because, yeah. Anne says, I highly recommend any book by Ibrahim Kendi, yeah. So cool. How to Be an Authentic Anti-Racist by Ibrahim Kendi was my favorite book. Nice. All of his books are amazing. I have not read this author, so I need to read them. No worries, Anne. Thank you very much with some books, but I don't feel like going back downstairs right now. That's fine. That's fine. Chain of Ideas is in my local Barnes. I'll pick it up tomorrow. It'll be a great addition to my studies. Thank you, says Kelly. Nice. Let me know what you think, Kelly. My great-grandmother was taught at the Indigenous schools in Canada, and have you found any information about that? Kelly, have you read the Hemming? Was it? Is that Hemming? Yeah, Hemingses of Monticello. I think is how you pronounce that. That was definitely a change of perspective on Thomas Jefferson. Hi, everybody. The owl is pretty. Thank you. It's going to be a clock. Hello to Courtney. How are you, Courtney? You're at work, I'm assuming, because there's a duty back. Molly is also back as well. And Melissa read 113 pages. Go you. That was awesome. That's a good achievement. Well done. Jane read 23 pages and got to 257 or 355. Nicely done. Kelly made it to page 400 in the proofread. 13 to go. Washed a load of clothes and folded a load of clothes. Nicely done. Hello to Courtney from Kelly as well. Re-listening to Dungeon Crawler Carl, number 1. Needed some rereads. Started some alcohol marker colouring in, which is fun. Nice. Made it to chapter 17, says Christina, in a tense moment. Ooh. And making good progress on my diamond painting. Nice. Hello to Molly as well, and hi to Courtney. Awesome. We have got to the end of the comments, which means that we will just let the timer roll around and get to the next one. But yeah, I will definitely get this finished. For sure. So yeah. And like I said, I've got leftover stuff, so I'm just using those for some of the places that I need to put them. They might be slightly different colors, but these colors are definitely in this particular one. So these are from, I can't even remember what these are from, but they're from something different that I've done. But I am getting them all together because this has got a different, I don't have the original drills for this. So I'm sort of using a chart that's a little bit different. I have not read that Thomas Jefferson one. I read about Indigenous schools yet. I figured I'd read these more overarching histories first. And from there, I'll make a list of other studies further. Sorry, I didn't put that up. So further studies. Nice. Awesome. Excelente. All right. Put that in there. So yeah. All right. I'm excited to get this done. It's getting to, oh, look, there's one extra there. So let me pop that in. I'm pretty sure I've got, because I always say to the girls, hold on to these crystal ones, because I have in the past had ones that have come in and they've not had enough. Rare, but I have had it happen in the past. And I'm pretty sure I've got a container of them in the cupboard in the diamond painting room. So I'll have to have a look in there. But I just seen that I do actually have some larger ones in the bottom here are drills, and I think they are blue. So yeah, I might be able to use them in place of some of the other ones and that. So yeah, I'm sure I will work it out. All right. The timer has just gone off. We're going to mute our things, and I will be back in an hour. Happy reading, everybody. We are back. I have had to get the glue out for this particular piece around the edge because it's not tacky, so stuff is not sticking to it. So I pulled this out edge and putting some glue down. It doesn't take long and it dries clear and then it makes it super tacky. There are some spots that are tacky, but obviously it didn't have a good amount on there, so I'm just slowly but surely going around and using the edge of the brush, and then I'll get the hairdryer and I'll dry it. But I'm going to do the whole moon because I think that, like, even the ones in the center, they're a little bit tacky, but I think that they just need a little bit more. So yeah, and because this is a partial as well, I've got to be careful where I'm putting the glue because wherever it dries, it will be tacky. But if I'm thinking that I might, I've got some glitter there. I might just, if it is still tacky around the outside, I might just put a little bit. I might put a little bit of glitter around the edge, and that'll just cover all that tackiness and anywhere else as well. So it's the good thing about being a crafter. You've got all the supplies to finish everything. So yeah, but glitter's the best way to hide any of the tackiness because it'll stick to it just like these little drills do, and it'll just be on the edge. So worst case scenario is I paint all the way around and then put a nice thick like I started up here and it's already tacky there, so it won't take long. It's the hardest thing about doing something like this. You've got to be careful that you don't lean on it, and obviously I have, or it just wasn't tacky to begin with. Try not to lean on it, but you inadvertently do it sometimes. So yeah. And even if I've got to do some of these inner areas as well, with the glue, as I said, I can just sprinkle glitter over it and it'll just fill in the spots. All right. Okay, we have got all the way around. I wish I had a thinner brush. Would have been easier. I haven't got down to the shops. I am going to have to get some though. Because I do have some of these cheaper ones that aren't necessarily always the best tackiness. But the good thing is you don't need a lot. So I bought this from Diamond Art Club and it dries clear too. So if you accidentally get some on the drills, it dries clear so you can still see the drill. And even if I get it on the background as well, like you'll be able to see it. Like here, I'm coming right into it. And just putting some extra down. All right, let's have a look and see how I finished my book too, by the way. I'm going to go with 4 stars. It's very, very depressing content, but also very, oh yeah, I can see that. So yeah, all right, let's have a look. Anne says, I have a grand plan to read a biography of every American president, but have not gotten past George Washington. Yeah, I don't know how exciting that. Like that, I guess. I don't know whether I'd ever do that, like with prime ministers and stuff from this country, but that's a nice goal to have, though. Hey to Nicole and Paul, how long am I going? We're going for another 4 hours, Paul, which I did answer that. Hello to Paul from Glenda. Courtney is back. Welcome back, Courtney. Thank you for being here. Sherry also joined us as well. Hello, Nicole and chat. Hugging the like button and listening to the Calamity Club. No. Hello to Sherry from Glenda. Bill's also joined us as well. Welcome on in. Have lots of stuff to do today, so I'm putting these prints up on the TV. We'll hopefully get you nice and productive there as well. Emily also joined us. I am reading the Iliad by Homer. Oh, that's intense. I've not read it, but I want to. I know it's intense because I've spoken to people that have said it's pretty intense, but good luck with that. Hopefully you're enjoying it. Paul got 49 more pages read in A Saint by Ted Dekker. Nicely done. Seluna has been lurking today and has I have to head off to an appointment with my eye doctor. Thanks for the sprints. I'll see you all soon. And we'll be still here probably when you get back. Finished Dungeon Crawler Calm. Moving on to book 2. Woo-hoo! Thank you. Thank you so much. It's going to be so pretty, like up in the, like, yeah, it's just going to be so. Oh wow, that's really tacky already. Stuck to it. It's not even dry yet. Yeah, they're definitely going to hold the drills on there. So yeah, it is. It's looking really good. I'm enjoying it. I'm going a little bit slower than what I thought I was going. I thought I would have had it finished by now, but I'm just going a little bit slower. And I'm just enjoying my time with it. So yeah, it's such a pretty project. Thank you. Finished Mockingjay. Read 61 pages of Ballad of Songbirds and Snakes by Suzanne Collins. Nicely done. Linda says, see you later, Kiani. Take care and see you soon. Jamie had a shower. I also had a shower and made breakfast. If you had looked up, you probably would have seen my breakfast on screen, which is actually more like lunch than breakfast. But I made a bit more progress in my arc. Nicely done. Great day to you all, beautiful souls. Says Matt, enjoy your sprints. There is always different with handmade and machine made, as we can see in Nicole's craft now live. Perhaps that is why Hermes Birkin is one of the world's most famous and expensive handbags. Yes, Birkin bags are expensive, and I would never buy one because I also make handbags, and I could probably make one myself. On that, so yeah. Christina got to chapter 20, and diamond painting is almost done. Just the moon left. Nice. Hello to Paul, Sherry, Lils, and Emily. Safe travels and positive thoughts to you, Kiani, from Christina. One of my European friends has been working his way through the US president biographies too. He's been enjoying the project so far, and he's up to Garfield, I think. Nice. I have no clue what number president that was on that. To be brutally transparent, I have never really been interested in American politics at all. And the only reason I know a little bit about it now is because I sort of got a little bit interested in it about 10, 15 years ago. But I was just busy trying to survive and raise kids and all the rest of it. I really didn't care what was happening in other countries at the time. And yeah, like I didn't really watch news because the kids monopolized the TV and stuff like that. I still don't really watch news either, but I couldn't tell you what number president that was. I probably couldn't even tell you our prime ministers either. I know Bob Hawke, John Howard, but by that stage, I was a teenager, I was in my 20s, and they all affected me. Turnbull, Morrison, like probably the last, 25 years worth of, maybe 30 years worth of prime ministers we rattle off. I couldn't tell you in what succession they came in, but yeah. Because it's just not something I've ever really been interested in. And I know everybody should be interested in politics because it's about, this, that, and the other. I've heard all the arguments and all the rest of it. But when you're doing so many other things in the day, politics gets put by the wayside, along with religion and all the hot topics. So, yeah. Going to work on the Bible and the meditations next sprint. I'm going to do them later today. I haven't done them this week because I've just not been feeling it. So I'd rather not do it if I'm not feeling it. Then I'll just half-ass it, and that's not a good thing to do. Throat is hurting from all the dusting today. Oh, no. You just got rid of your sore throat. Yay for finishing. Thank you. I'm glad I finished it, and I enjoyed it, so it wasn't too bad. I don't know what my star rating is yet. I think I'll write my review and make my decision from there. I haven't read anything for the past week due to being sick, but I'm gonna put on an audiobook and catch up with laundry today. Seven All Alone by Kirsty McKay is or Mackay, McKay. I think it's McKay. Um, I hope you're feeling a lot better today, though. That, but you must be because you're going to be reading. Yay for finishing, Melissa, and feel better, Lils. Yes, do feel better. My dinner will be in the next sprint: lentil stew and probably lemon ice cream for dessert. Nice. Yay for finishing, Monique. This is my crafty channel for all those bookish peeps over here. Maybe go and check my crafty channel out. That'll be great. Because it's a shit show. Yeah, absolutely, 100% shit show. Remember to feed thyself, check thy laundry, take your meds, stretch, show some love to the like button. Also, make sure you sub and ring that bell so you hopefully get notified. Thank you very much, Christina. Appreciate that. Thank you, Christina. Says Monique. And what I like best about reading a series of biographies is that it's being able to show how the lives of similar men change over time. Since if you read them in order, they become gradually more. I'm not pick-a-car-carring on the whole idea of reading them. I think that's a great goal to have. I don't know how excited I'd be about reading about American presidents, though, being an Australian is more my point. And to be fair, I don't even know how excited I'd be reading about the prime ministers because most of them have been dickheads. To put it mildly, on that. I mean, in recent times, a lot of the prime ministers have been so like we've had a couple of prime ministers that have been very much, like Bob Hawke. You could probably put him down to be an Aussie larrikin, right? Kevin Rudd was quite crude. And what he was quite a crude, sort of not crude as in disgusting, but crude, just a very crude, seemed like a very crude prime minister. And I feel like a lot of people liked him because they sort of could relate to him in many ways because he wasn't adverse to swearing and stuff like that. And as you know, Aussies tend to mouth off a bit. And I feel like that there's probably been some prime ministers that these days, I feel like it's more all the back of houses running the show, and they're just Muppets that put up the front, and they cop all the flack for it and all the rest of it. But yeah, I mean, I have many opinions about politics, none of which anybody wants to hear, so we're not going to talk about that. But yeah, I think I'm not a huge fan of the Liberal Party, so I would be voting Labor if I voted. And because we have Liberal and Labor, and then we've got a whole heap of other little ones as well. And then they usually put their preferences to the two major parties and whatnot. But anyway, that's a whole different discussion. But I've always voted Labor on that because Labor was generally, for the working men and all that sort of stuff. Liberal was more for the business side of things. But I will give credit where credit's due with one prime minister, and that's a Liberal prime minister, and that's John Howard. He went up going into an election to bring in a new tax, which is our GST. And he was very transparent about it. And his government took no shit on the people smuggling things, to the point that if the people smugglers were bringing people in, they'd take the people off the ships or boats, and then they'd burn their boats. And these are criminals. These are people that are taking advantage of people trying to flee whatever they're trying to flee. And they cop some flack and stuff like that, over detention centers and all that sort of stuff. But essentially, they were coming into the country illegally. So therefore, they had broken the law. And so forth, they had to be detained and then deported back to their country. So yeah, he stood his ground on that. You can't say that he didn't stand his ground on that. And we don't. Well, I haven't heard anything about people smuggling coming out of Indonesia in a very long time. So he essentially said that he was going to stamp it out and not because of the immigrants or anything like that, just because of the danger that it was putting women, children, and men that were trying to flee. I mean, and obviously there's more to that. I'm just sort of glossing over it. Um, because it was dangerous. Like half the time they were on boats, and then it cost resources for us or other countries to have to go out and save them. And it's crocodile infested waters that you get in the top end and all that sort of stuff. Like there was many, many dangers and there was many reasons why this was important to stop it from happening. And whatnot. And I'm sure that there's still like illegal immigrants here that have come through the front door as well. But these guys were coming through and taking advantage of people. And that's, you know, people were dying, people and all that sort of stuff. So yeah. It's interesting that, that's what they sort of had to do to stop it from happening. And whatnot. So yeah. All right, let me just refresh this segment. Feel better soon, Lils and Christina. Yeah, I try not to. Yeah, having a broth right now, and then going to have some tea. But yeah, sooner we get this done, the sooner my sinuses will be happier. Yeah, true. I think a series of biographies about celebrities of each era could be more fun, since it means to since what it means to be a celebrity changes over the centuries. Yeah, that's true. Aussie political history is really interesting in some eras. I will definitely read more Aussie history and biographies as I come across them. Yeah. The inclusion of crocodiles can always make history more fun. Yeah. But there was a situation where they called it the children overboard. I don't fully remember it because it was such a long time ago, but I believe it was the catalyst for the hard line on public people smuggling. Because they basically we have the Coast Guard and whatnot patrolling our waters and making sure that people don't come in the back door. And if my memory serves me correctly, there was a situation where the Coast Guard turned up, and then the people that were on the boat that had children were throwing them overboard. They blamed the government for that because of the hard line of it. I think that was like the start of the hard line, or it could have been during the hard line. I can't really remember because it was many, many, many years ago. But yeah, I actually knew a lady that used to live in this area. Her and another lady worked on Christmas Island, which is where they used to take the detainees up north if they got them, and they'd go to Christmas Island. And she was a nurse over there, and they both were nurses over there, and so they got healthcare and all that sort of stuff. Um, but there was a lot of people here saying that they shouldn't have gone into detention centres and all the rest of it. But at the end of the day, they came here illegally and they broke the law. And so they had to go through, like they went through the process of becoming immigrants. Some of them were deported back, some were allowed to stay, but they had to go through the process, right? And so, yeah, so a lot of people get upset about it. And I can understand why too, because it's not nice to see women and children and young men and whatnot in detention. But I can also see it from the point of view as well. I can see both sides of the situation. But like it was a hell of a lot safer for them to be like, and as I used to say to my husband, I'm like, can you imagine? Like, I don't even think you can imagine as a man, okay, because a lot of these people come from countries that male domination, essentially. And, a man's a man, and he looks after his family and all that sort of stuff, right? And so I said to my husband one day, I said, could you imagine the thought process? Okay, we're in this country, it's being bombed, or there's, atrocities happening, there's human rights violations, there's all these things happening in these countries. And you wake up one day and you look at your family and realize that there is no hope in staying in your country, that you need to escape, whether it's because you're going to be persecuted or there's, genocide happening or anything like that, and you have to sit there and make that decision to get your children, get your wife, pay these people an obscene amount of money that you have saved up for however long, and then get on a leaky boat, go across shark-infested waters and crocodile-infested waters to try and have a better life. And I'm like, I can't even fathom that chain of thought. It would have to be that bad that you would do that to your vet. The risk that you're not even gonna make it there on that, like, you would have to be desperate, right, to do that on that. But like, I can as I said, I can see both sides of the story, and the situation and all that sort of stuff, but I can't imagine how you would come to that. Like, I've tried. Believe me, I've tried. I don't think I've ever had that level of fear in my life. So, yeah, it's quite interesting when you start to look at it from that point of view, like, because there's a lot of people in the world today that are, you know, against immigrants and all that sort of stuff. Like, I feel like in some countries they probably should slow it down a little bit, and get more infrastructure in, because if there's not enough infrastructure for your own country or your own citizens, how can you look after someone else's citizens, right? Um, so I feel like that there needs to be more. I'm not talking about letting them come here and um, just putting them in detention centers or anything like that. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about, the government here, for instance, like, there's a lot of people up in arms about the amount of immigrants that are coming into the country. Um, they're coming through the front door. They're allowed to, we take in so many people every year. But the problem is we're running out of houses. There's not enough houses being built. So where do you put them? Like, and that's where the issues, and also some of our citizens also don't have houses and stuff like that. Um, and so you have to sort of say, well, the government's got to do more. They've got to put more infrastructure in, and so it's um, not so damaging to our things. Um, it's not going up quick enough though, Monique. It's like they need to stop it to get the infrastructure there, and then allow people to come back in again. Migration equals more jobs. People need housing, they need food, water, electricity. They get jobs, they pay for this. Yeah, this is true, but there's also a strain. There's two sides to every story, okay? There is two sides to every story, and there is a lot of strain on like a lot of strain on our staff. While yes, that is true, and for the most part has been true, we have now got to a situation where we don't have that. Okay, because even the immigrants can't afford the food, the cost of living and all that sort of stuff, and it's causing more problems. If you look deep enough, you'll actually see it. That and there's While I agree with what you say, it does create more jobs, um, and like houses get built and all that sort of stuff. The problem is the government is not doing quick enough, not releasing more land and all that sort of stuff. So yeah, um, and and it's just it gets really hard. It's a big challenge in this era for sure. I agree. I And people are gonna have different stories and different, experiences and all that sort of stuff. Um, I mean, for us, it's hard for people to get to us, that in the way of illegal immigrants. Like, you can only like, over in, like, Europe and stuff like that, there's points of land from different parts of the globe that are so close that people can get across quite easy and all that sort of stuff. So here it's a little bit different, a little bit more challenging, and whatnot. But, I think that the government has to work a little bit faster. And I'm not saying don't bring immigrants in, because I'm first generation born immigrant. I was born here in Australia, but I'm first generation born here. And I'm not saying that immigrants shouldn't come to this country. What I'm saying is they need to slow the amount coming down so we can catch our breath on that, because our country is built on immigration. On that, we've had many, many immigrants coming here. So yeah, and the violence many immigrants are fueled by complex economics and huge companies that actually benefit from the violence. That's exactly right, Jamie. Exactly right. Um, there's a lot of nuances to topic, and I don't think you can make anybody happy with anything that you see or say or do when it comes to this topic, because it's such a volatile topic. And I know that not everybody agrees with my stance either on that, but I do feel like in this I can't speak for other countries. I don't know what's going on in other countries. I can't speak for that. But what's happening in our country, I do feel that they don't necessarily have to stop immigration. They just need to slow it a bit just so we can catch our breath. And we also have to really seriously look at some of the immigrants that do come here and create violence and all that sort of stuff. The knife attacks that happened out, and the machete attacks that have been happening in Victoria and stuff like that have all been from immigrants. There have been, some that haven't been and all that sort of stuff, but the majority of them have been from immigrants. And whether that's through their own frustration or whatever thing in their life, they feel that is the only option they have. That's neither here nor there. They're breaking the law, they're endangering people, and then they should be deported back, especially if they've not become an Australian citizen. If they're an Australian citizen, then they should go to jail. If they have broken the law, and especially if it's a violent law like that they've broken, then yeah, I feel like they should be deported back. Like especially the machete attacks, like they're just hectic. Like they're hectic. That and yeah, but anyway, it is what it is. I know that people don't agree with how I see it and all that sort of stuff, but I'm sure that if you ask any of the immigrants that see all of the violence going on, they would probably say the same thing. They need to be deported back, or they need to go to jail if they're an Australian citizen. Like no questions asked, just straight to jail. Unfortunately, we don't have the death penalty here. It's a different story altogether, isn't it? So yeah. I don't know. I think violence against women right now is much worse, but it is actually that's always been here. They're both bad on that, and it's a lot of like I don't know if you know this or not, but I was a battered woman, and I left my husband and all the rest of it. That there is help out there, and but yeah, there are women being killed and all that sort of stuff, and there is also a lot of women being killed in the immigrant part of it as well. That so it's it's an unfortunate sign of the times that everybody is really stressed and whatnot. And this is what I'm saying, like if you've got your own citizens that are homeless and you're bringing more people into the country, where are you putting them, and why are you not looking after your citizens as well? And as I said, it's not about saying no to immigration altogether. It's just about slowing it down and letting us catch our breath. So yeah. See, that was not my experience. It was actually taken out of my hands. I didn't even get to charge my partner at the time, that the police charged him and took it. I didn't even have to turn up to work, to court. Basically, they charged him, and the women's refuge where I was staying, they represented me in court. So I didn't even have to go on that. So that was my experience. Yeah, it's both bad. Look, there's also men that are like, it's like I agree with this. There is a lot of issue around women, but I've lived across the road from a domestic violent woman, and the shit that she put those men through was wild, absolutely wild. Like it's not just women that are being killed either. It is men. It's just that it's reported more on the news about women. And 90% of the time, a man doesn't report it as a domestic dispute, like, on that. I'll talk to you in private about what's going on up here, with, because I don't wanna get into it, publicly, but I will tell you what's going on up here, with why women are not being taken seriously. That there is actually a reason behind it that it's making it worse, and it fucking infuriates me, like, to no end. Immigrants want to feel safe in their own communities too. Yeah, in many places the police don't respond as quickly I don't know, the police around here respond pretty bloody quickly. I don't know about in the city. I can't speak for that. But around here, they respond pretty quickly on that because they're just jack of the violence and stuff like that, so they just shut it down really quick. It takes a lot to even believe women, and even then, most of the time, they shrug their shoulders. So yeah. Um, here is, here if there is a homicide in a predominantly Mexican neighborhood where the victim and possibly the killer are both Mexican, they just assume that it was a gang shooting and don't really investigate the murder. Yeah. Yeah, I can't speak for other countries. That I can only go what's reported on the news and stuff. So yeah. All right. With that bleak and dark, it is awful. I agree, mate. It is absolutely awful. No, but hopefully things will change. And it doesn't help if you've got like angry leaders in either. That or angry opposition leaders, it can fuel the fire. And with so many people, not just immigrants, but people in general, um, people in general are disheartened with governments and the way of life now and all that sort of stuff. It's just constantly being bombarded with stuff and like it's and like I'm not a political person at all, and I'm just saying my general feelings. And like you can persecute me all you want in the comments and stuff like that. You can agree or not agree with me. I don't actually care whether you do or not. It's just, I'm not an idiot. I can sit here and see what's happening around me and with the people in the community. The politicians have lost connection with their constituents. They actually, a lot of these, what I call silver spooners, some of them aren't, but I call them silver spooners because they're so caught up in policy and lawmaking and this, that, and the other. They've actually not listened to what the people are saying. They're not listening to what's happening in their own backyard. They're not listening to their jurisdiction that they govern and all that sort of stuff. They're just not paying attention. So there's such a disconnect with the constituents that they've got no clue. So if you've got no clue, how the flippin' hell are you supposed to rectify a problem? How are you supposed to rectify, create policy that's going to work? And it doesn't matter which side of the government, they're all as bad as one another. That whether they're Republican, Democrat, whether they're Liberal, Labor, Green Party, whatever, they're all as bad as one another. They all have no idea what's going on in the community. There's the odd one or two that might do in the smaller parties, but for the most part, I don't believe that they actually know what's happening in the community. They're getting fed stuff from, you know, advisors and stuff like that, but do the advisors actually know? Have they gone out? Like, I remember when I was a kid that, like, it wasn't big media events that politicians went to. They'd go out into small neighborhoods and there wouldn't be cameras and all that sort of stuff around. There might be odd one or two, but it wouldn't be like a bloody media circus that it is now. They actually talk to the everyday people. Now they select who's going to be there. They have all the major news outlets there, and it's a big show pony thing. Like it's just horseshit on that. So yeah, anyway, that's my opinion. You don't have to listen to my opinion. You can switch off. That's okay. That's fine. So yeah. But anyway, I guess that's time, and we're going to continue on with our reading. And I'll see you all in an hour. And I'll probably lose 500 subscribers today. So yeah, on that. And just remember, I am entitled to my opinion. Jamie's saying, yep, here when the politicians crack down on immigration, they tend to target the peaceful families because they are easy to detain, yeah. And the ones who are violent are actually the problem. I like that. Oh, Monique says, I like that we can disagree and agree, and we're still chill. Yeah, that's it. That's it. Rare quality these days. That's right. You're entitled. Everybody's entitled to their opinion, and that's where I think a lot of people have lost sight of that. Everybody is entitled to an opinion, okay? And I have an opinion about certain things. I don't necessarily agree with everything. Like, I think that there are different ways that we can do things because obviously the way we're doing it now is not working. So we need to look outside the circle. And yes, some things are going to be said that people aren't necessarily going to agree with. That and that's okay. You don't have to take what I say as I'm not trying to make you think the way I think or anything like that. I'm just giving you another point of view. And then it's up to you to make up your mind what you're going to do with that opinion and whether you're going to take it on board or whether you go, hey, you know what, that maybe that's a good point there. Or, it comes down to that whole critical thinking for yourself, not being a lemming or a sheep or whatever you want to say and just following the masses because that never ends well. Never ends well. All those people out there looking at history right now, just look at history. That never ends well. So yeah. Nah, we have fun and kill homies. We do. We do. We do. That's right. 100%. Jeremy, and amen to that. That's exactly right. We all have opinions and we're all entitled to have our opinions and we're all not going to agree on everything. And could you imagine how boring our lives would be if we all thought exactly the same way? That's a life not worth living, right? We're all entitled to our own opinions. That's exactly right. No, that's right. But some people should learn to keep them to themselves. That's right. Mm, mm. But yeah, I mean, but it's okay to also have an opinion, like on a platform like this, where um, we're conversing in the comments here, and it's not angry. It's not, it's not, well, you suck and you're wrong or whatever people say. I don't even know what people say because I always like that. Okay, cool. I'll think on that. Like if I get something, that like say someone says something to me. Okay, for instance, my husband and I are polar opposites. Okay, polar opposites when it comes to political views, right? And so, but there has been things that he has said, and there's been things that I have said, and we learn together, right? And so we're not going to get divorced over it. Like we've had our moments where we've looked at each other and I'm like, you're so wrong. And that, but and he said the same thing to me. But then when he puts forward his opinion or I put forward my opinion, we both stop and think about that because to be well informed and to make an informed decision about something of where you stand, you need to have both sides of the coin, right? You can't have one side and only be one side. You need to have both sides of the coin. And if you still choose to believe that, that's fine. I'm not going to hate you for it. Like that's your opinion, and you're allowed to have that opinion. So yeah, it's just crazy. It's just crazy how people get so worked up about it, and like I've even seen people cry over it. And I'm like, oh, for fuck's sake. Oh no, it's just an opinion. You don't actually have to be offended. You can just move on. But some people should learn to keep them to themselves, laughing out loud, but not you, Nicole. You are not me, not who I meant. I understand that. That's cool. We've had discussions about this before, so yeah. So you know who I mean. Yes, I do. Hey, wanting to kill your husband is just part of a relationship, isn't it? Yes. As long as you don't follow through on it, it's okay to have those thoughts. Because there are moments where there's been moments where my husband has said stuff and I've just wanted to punch him in the face. And like, because he said something, what was it the other day? He said something and I'm like, dude. Oh, that's right. He said when when he was little, his mum and dad were at the shop and the shop assistant said to him, to his dad, "Oh, do you need a bag?" And he turned around and looked at Brenda's pocket and said, "I brought my own," referring to her as being an old bag. And I said to Brendan, because he was going, he said it, that's how the story came up. He was going to say it to me, and I said, "I'm not a violent person." I said, "But if you had said that to me, I probably would have bitch slapped you, dude." There've been many times that I've wanted to smack him in the mouth, but I wouldn't do that because I know how that feels, and it's quite terrible. No, but yeah, But there are many times where I sit there and I just look at him and I'm like, I'm questioning my life choices right now. So yeah. Anyway, it is out of love. Exactly, right. All right, let's start this timer, get some more books read, and be back in an hour. Happy reading and crafting, everybody. Right, we're back. How did we go during that sprint? I got to 43% in my book. I am reading, and it's like the narration's really slow, but I am reading by Kate Mosman. A sapphic romance, a little bit of magic, and it's got a library in it. Oh, excuse me. So yeah, it's all happening. And yeah, I was just thinking about I could do with a nap, but I still have 2 hours to go. Yeah. Anyway, it is what it is, right? Um, that's what I was doing. Just there. This is taking forever to do. I didn't realize there were so many drills on this. I'm going to put a little bit of glue there because that looks like it's missing something. Oh. All right, let that dry. Monique has gone off for a nap. That's what made me feel like a nap. Me starting to get sleepy. Things. It's coming together really well. Like, I just put a dot of glue there because it looks like there was supposed to be some glue there and it's not. So, but it's all coming. I've done the moon, the outline of the moon. Can't see it on camera, but it's really iridescent. Like it has, for those that have done like the expensive ones, it's basically it's really iridescent. It's like got an iridescent color on it, so it makes it sparkly on that. So I've still got heaps to do. Like I've got to fill in all these paisleys and whatnot, but it is coming up together. It's got a couple of marks in it, like on the moon that should be like white or whatever, but as far as a clock goes, it's going to be fine. I'm a little disappointed that like the color has bled when they've done the painting, so you can see here the colors bled over into the moon. I could probably get a white paint pen and fix that up. So yeah. So I'm just going through now and checking to see that I've got all the ones done with this iridescent. There is a one up here, but I'm going to change that to this, like this one down here. It's got pink. And then I'll have a different color with it, which is that is number 5. 4, 9, 8. That's number 5. Oh, that's open. Just build all those. I'll fix them up later. 10, 6, 4, 11, and 3. That's all I've got left. Okay, so I don't know what number 5 was. I must have already used it. So yeah. No, I did not. Oh no, there's some more in here. Hang on a sec. There we go. There's number 16. There's the bigger stars. Oh, that's some stuff mixed up. There's the 14, so I could use those 3s. I didn't think I had any. 5s are stars, so I won't be using. That's 15. Oh, maybe I don't have any 5s. I didn't think I'd used that yet. Really? I have. Maybe I dropped it. Aha, that's what I was. So, yeah. So this is around the outside, the number 4. On here is actually going to be the 5 crystals, which are little blue ones. So yeah, so I've got a lot of the 4s to do, so there'll be blue in amongst the owl's body has that in it. because remember I lost the drills for this, so I'm using I probably could have put these yellow stars in the center of these, so I might end up doing that. I might pull them out, and I could have used these. I didn't realize I had them. They are for this over here, so I might pull those off and use the red ones. I didn't realize I had them, so let me just get these off. Because these are from another chart. These are from the dragonfly that I did. So these were leftovers up here. I don't know if you can see it or not. Hang on. Let me just get it. So just here, I had these ones here. They're just like little peachy ones. I didn't realize I had red ones. I got mixed up with my others. So I thought there was more colors than that. I don't know, because I'm looking at there's 16. There should be more here. So yeah, anyway, we'll put these on. I am getting a little bit tired though. I might end up having a break in this next sprint from reading and also doing this. We'll see how we go. We'll see how we go. So I only need 3. Okay, that looks a bit better. So yeah. So I've got some blue to go around that. So yeah, which are these color blues there, so they're very nice. And there's some purple and all that sort of stuff. So yeah, there's a heap of purple's got to go down around here and in places. So yeah, I've got a fair bit to do still yet. But I think I might have a bit of a break and go and sit on the couch and watch the TV and just give my ears a break. But you can see it's come together quite nicely. It's going to look good once it's done, and I've got the I've got all the mechanism on there and everything. And I've also got to work out what I'm going to do around the outside here because they was the same color as these. I do have some silvers left, so I may end up just doing some silvers around it because it wasn't the case here. It was on this chart that I bought to get the replacement drills. You can see around here it had the big crystals, so it was actually quite different. So I'm going to do blue and silver in there. So yeah, I can do blue and white because I do have some white, but I think that they're too big. No, so yeah, I can see if I've got white in here. But yeah, I've got little white ones. I do have some silver left, and there should be enough there. So I might actually do silver and that blue, which would be good. So that's what I'm going to do for that. So yeah, and that one. And all of my little crystals fell out because I'm going to hold on to these fancy ones because the simple fact is that I like in this case I can use them. I can get like these bigger ones that I've got, like they're a bit bigger, that I can use them in journaling and stuff. So I sort of hold on to those. Not that I do a lot of journaling these days, but if I want to, I can add them in. And I've got quite a number here left, which is unusual because normally they give you just what you need, like maybe a couple more of the bigger ones. Don't usually as many as this. So, but as I said, I got to 43% of my book, but I'm going to have a break from reading because I've read a lot today. I've been reading since 6 o'clock this morning. So I think I need to have a break. All right, let's have a look what we're up to. Just move that out of the way so I don't spill those, because that'll be a catastrophe. Hmm. Monique is going to go and have a nap. Nice. Going to saying, see you when you get back. Happy napping. Monica and Jess has joined us again. Hello again. I had a nap and hoping to get more reading done tonight. Nice. Sleep. Hi to Jess. Sleep sweet. Monique from Christina. And we took a break and watched some Bones. Nice. And I worked on some meditation for a wee bit. And I think this might be my last chatty bit. Going to finish meditations and try for some sleep. Nice. Hello to Jess. No worries, Christina. Thank you for being here and doing all the things that you do. I appreciate it. Hello to Jess. Hello from Jess as well. And have a beautiful day. I will. When do you sleep, Glenda? I will add tomorrow's stream in the morning, and no worries. Very funky looking design. Yeah, it is. It's actually on tin, and it's got a clock mechanism and everything on the back, and I've got hands and stuff to go on it, so it'll turn out good. Chamomile tea just got served. I love the colour. I know, right? Jamie got to 75% in my arc and switched back to my audio book for a bit. Nicely done. All the hellos are coming in for Jess and Jamie. Jess, it's 12 a.m. CST for me. Are you a night owl, Glenda? Yeah, Glenda is actually. I love saying familiar names. Awesome. We love seeing you here too, Jess. So I'm going to take a break. So I'm going to switch the camera around and have me down in the small corner. So I'm going to switch to this, and I'm going to reset that. Actually, I'm going to go here to focus. We're on to our 5th sprint of the day. So I realized the clock when I saw the numbers probably took me longer than I should have. I'm mostly awake. Says Jess. That's okay. That's okay. So I'm actually going to switch my camera off now, and we're going to do another sprinty sprint. I'm going to put that to the whole screen. And anyway, it's not going to go for the whole screen anyway. We'll see you all in an hour. Happy sprinting, everyone. Hello. Bit of TV, and I had a iced coffee. I got cold brew coffee. So I made brew yesterday, so I had that made with almond milk, and yeah, so that was good, tasty. And a couple of weeks ago, Brendan went down to Costco and purchased. They have these massive, absolute massive. Let me just bring this over a bit. Absolutely massive, like brownies that you get for like $4. And I cut mine up into like bite-sized pieces. Actually, you probably get 2 bites out of each one, so a little square of it. And I got 9 out of the brownie, and I put them in the freezer. So I had a couple of those, because I was a little bit peckish. So I had a couple of those, and then I watched an episode of Reacher in the first season, The Killing Floor, inspiration from that book, because there's 4 seasons now. Well, the 4th season is now coming out, and Brendan watches them, and so we're rewatching the series. And so I'm watching season 1 at the moment. Brendan's seen it ages ago, but he's rewatching it, which is unusual for him. He doesn't normally do that, which is quite surprising. So yeah, so basically, I thought I'd catch up on that. And I sent a message to him. I'm like, hey, because I don't see Brendan tonight. I'm like, hey, I'm watching an episode or 2 of Reacher. He goes, yeah, just let me know what you watch, and then I'll watch that tonight as well. So he said that'll give him something to watch. I'm like, cool. So that's what I'm doing on that. And I got to almost 50% of my book. But now I'm sort of like, yeah, I could deal without it. So I'm just going to have a break from reading for a bit. I will definitely get that book finished tonight. And I was going to try and finish John of John today as well, but I think I'll just finish that up in the morning. And, and then tomorrow I've got to do a live stream over on Divinely Designs, and I'm doing a Stitch with Me tomorrow. So Stitch with Me, we can chat what we do. And yeah. And then I have a little bit of editing to do. I forgot to bring home a video yesterday, so I'm going to I think what I'm going to do is get out I'm going to take my computer with me on the weekend, and I'll probably I might do a little bit of editing. And yeah, so I can hotspot to my phone if I need to. So yeah, I'll see how we go, because I can edit while I'm offline. That I just have to be online when I export it. So I can edit, open it up and edit online while I'm offline. So yeah, because I don't know what Leanne's internet's like. So yeah. But anyway, I'm going to take, that needs a bit of tackiness there. I'm going to take my computer with me, even if I only watch TV. At least I'll have it. So yeah. All right, we have a little X section here that needs a little bit of glue. That'll have to dry. It dries pretty quick, which is good. So yeah, I've got the books for the I think it's Lee Childs writes the series, and I think I've got the first 5 books. Let's go in and check. I know I've got at least 3, but I'm pretty sure I've got some more. So yeah, and I've just been slowly looking for them. There is a place that I know I can get them, but I haven't been over there for ages. So I'll have to see if I can, a little secondhand store. But yeah, I want to get them and read them, because I think there's like, I don't know, about 15 or 16 in the series. So yeah, and it's funny too. Like the humor is really good in it. Reacher himself is quite funny, but yeah, I'm enjoying it. I like that action sort of stuff. So I'm really enjoying my time with it. So yeah. This is going to turn out really good. I like the blue in it. So there, we're putting some blue in it now. It's very pretty. The only problem is, like, when you look at it at, like, on an angle like that, you can see how sparkly it is. I don't know how sparkly it's going to be when you're looking front on, because it doesn't look that sparkly. I don't know. Tell me what you think, because I mean, you guys are looking at it front on. It does look a little bit sparkly, but I don't know how vibrant it's actually going to be. So well, I guess we'll have to wait and see. So yeah. Anyway, now that I've had a little bit of a break and a stretch and all that sort of stuff, and a coffee and something to eat, I'm probably going to continue on with doing this. And we're about to do. I think actually we might do another sprint. That's going to take me over. So we might do a 45-minute sprint, maybe. Jane finished Marriage Portrait by Maggie O'Farrell and gave it 4 stars. Nice. Thanks to friends and heading off to bed. Good night, Jane. Thank you for being here. And of course, Glenda has wished a good night. And we'll just finished The Saint by Ted Decker. I gave it 4 stars. Nice. Some good books have been read today. Just did the dishes, had a snack for Dirty, and had a snack for Dirty. I'm not totally sure I understand that, but anyway, and read 5%. Lils was also productive. I did the dishes and started on organising the laundry piles. Nice. And Jamie got about 60% in my audiobook. Dinner at the Night Library. So far hovering at about 4.5 stars. Nice. Just as, oh my God, dinner, not dirty. Thanks. I have the same problem with my phone. I either have dyslexic fingers or my phone just randomly changes it to some random word. So yeah. Right. I'm like, Daddy, I don't know what that is. I can't explain that one. Normally I can decipher okay, but not that one. So yeah. All right. So we have got to the end of the comments. This is generally a swag. Phone keyboards have a mind of their own. Yep. I have an issue with my phone that when I press the space bar, and it doesn't even sometimes it doesn't even matter if I press the middle of the space bar, a full stop will end up being there, or a period, or whatever you want to call it. And I'm like, it drives me absolutely insane. And especially like when you're in Messenger on Facebook, it'll bring up some rando website, like it creates it as a website, and sometimes you can't get rid of it. And it's so bloody annoying. But yeah. Anyway, I love the eyes on this. These are like an iridescent. They're it depends which way you're looking at them. Like looking front on, they look a bit bluish green, and then there's purple in it as well. So it's almost a little bit holographic. So yeah, it's not really picking up on camera, but you can see. Oh yeah, there you go. You can sort of see the purple in the one under the light. Let's put the light on and see if that helps. There you go. Look at that. So you can see all the different colours in it. That's quite amazing. But considering I didn't have the exact drills for this one, and I'm going off another chart, it's actually turning out quite well. And I've got like you can see the green and the ones down in there as well, and the ones on the moon, you can see they've got like a iridescent on them, so like an opalescent. You can see that every now and again. Let me just get it. We've just got to catch the light. There you go. So yeah, it's got like a little opalescent over the top of it. So it's got like rainbow colors that come through it, and that to signify the moon, and whatnot. So yeah, it's kind of, I think it's cute. I like it. I think it's going to look great in the diamond painting room. It's definitely going to suit it. I mean, it's probably not everybody's cup of tea. And I was thinking of maybe getting a paint pen, and actually just fixing up this part where the moon is supposed to be, and doing that maybe in a white and just cleaning it up a little bit, because as you can see, the colors bled a little bit in a couple of different places. So if I get a paint pen I'll be able to fix that up and get a fine tip paint pen as well, so I can go around it and just make it a little bit more white. I think that will work really well for it as well. So, but it's cute. I like it. I think it's going to look fantastic. Um, I tried to write a generic earlier, and it wrote genocide. What? It's a bit doom and gloom from your phone. Jeez, that's wild. So yeah. I was trying to write Carl Jung earlier in my notes, and my phone kept correcting it to Carlton, and I'm like, no, and it didn't matter how much I did it; it just kept doing it, and I'm like, right, going to have to do this manually. I think just like put CA and then space it RL, and then bring them together and see if that worked, and that worked. So yeah, my phone was dead set going to be writing Carlton, and I'm like, that's not correct. What are you doing, phone? So yeah, the phones do have a mind of their own. So there you go. I put in down in this little spot there. This was not tacky at all, and I just put a little bit of that glue, and it's now dry, so you can see the numbers again, and it is now tacky, so you can see how quick that actually dries. And I've also done this little section here as well, and it's dried clear. So it's really good to have that in your arsenal where you sometimes might be doing some of these different things and they might not be as sticky as you want them to be. It's great. It's a great product. I'm going to get some from AliExpress because AliExpress has some as well, and it's a hell of a lot cheaper than the Diamond Art Club one. I mean, like I've had this for a couple of years and it's still full. Like it's still really full. So I mean, you don't use a lot of it, but still, right? So yeah, I think that I am going to get some and just see if that works a little bit better. And I want to get, I've got to go down to the cheap shop and get a little dispenser that I can put it in that's got a really narrow tip on it. So if I'm doing stuff like this and I need to put some, say in this little section here, you can see I've got some drills that I've got to put in there. If they're not sticky, at least then I can get the little nozzle and just put a little drop of glue there, and then that should be okay. And there was something that came off before that I spilled on it there. That off. And there was something that I had to put in here. Oh, there we go. It's I have to put in another drill on the top of the, because I put a dot of glue just in here, and I have not got a drill on there, so I want to get that on there while I remember. Because I put a little dot of glue, and now it sticks. And I love that it dries clear as well. So even if I do get a little bit on the onto the wrong part, like onto the drills or whatever, I know that it's going to be okay because it dries clear. It's not going to take away from it. And if you were here a little bit earlier, I had to do right the moon all the way around the outside because it just wasn't tacky anymore because I'd been touching it so much. I tried not to, but obviously in some places I had touched it, and that instantly takes the tackiness away. So, but it's all good now, and it's not tacky on the outside. I was a bit concerned that it was going to be super tacky on the outside, and I might have to put some glue there, but it's not. So I got everything in the right place. I just used the edge of the brush, and that worked really well. So yeah, so I'm happy with how that turned out as well. It's just, yeah, it's been sitting around for a while, and like it had the plastic sheet on it and everything and protecting the tackiness, but when you're handling it all the time, it tends to lose its tackiness. And considering that's what you need it to have, you need to have that little glue in your arsenal so you can, make sure that it's working okay and whatnot. So yeah. All right, let's do another sprint. This will be our last sprint that we're doing. It's going to be 45 minutes. So let me just edit that. What's the time now? 20 past. Actually, it's going to be 40 minutes. Timer. Where's 40? Right. When we come back, we'll be wrapping up. So I'm going to be working on this. So I'm going to leave the timer where it is. I'm going to start that time. See you all in 40 minutes. Mm. Um, yeah, we're just about to wrap up. So yeah, it was the last sprint. We get diamond painting, and I've got, I think I've got about 3, maybe 4 colors to go. So yeah, it's coming together though. Like it's looking pretty good. It's going to be good once I get a battery to be able to hang it up and whatnot. And I think that I might remove these yellow ones because I've got some yellow stars there, or orange yellow stars, I think they are. So yeah, so I think I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. I don't know if I've got 16 in there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. I've got 11 in there, so I might end up just leaving them as they are. They look all right anyway. I might be able to scatter a couple through there maybe. Or I can just put some glue down and tack some stars on there between them. That'll work too. So yeah, I've got to find something for the toes because I don't have those shapes here. So I've got to find a color to put on them. I got nothing at this point. Absolutely nothing. Okay. I don't even have, like, I looked in this packet here and there's no jewels like that. They're all just rounds. There's no teardrops. So yeah. And I've just been using my leftover stuff. So yeah, just looking at it now, there's definitely no teardrops even down the bottom. There's only really big ones. There's no little ones. So I'll have to go and have a look through some of my other stuff because I've kept these and I know that that Mia has some as well. So she might have some in her little stash for me to use. So there's that. But it's looked good so far. And I've got about 50% left of the book that I've got to read by the end of today. So yeah. And then I'm up to date. I've got little boats hanging around everywhere because I've got a few colours that I need to get down on here. So just trying to make sure that I've got them all down, all the colours in the right place. The next colours that I'm going to be adding in will be purples. And then I've got a little bit of green there, so I might add a little bit of green in as well to a couple of different ones. But most of the colour that I'll be adding in will be, to finish it off, will be definitely purple and whatnot. So yeah. What are you sending me, Brendan? Oh, interesting. Oh, that's good. So yeah, I should be finished this tonight in the next hour or so. If not, I'll finish it in the morning. Because I'm going to go and sort out dinner and stuff, and then I'm going to watch some TV with Savannah a bit later. She's having a nap right now, so yeah. So I'm just letting her nap right now, and then that way she can watch a bit of TV with me a bit later. And yeah. It's good that I keep all the little boats, like all these little things here, so I can, when I do something like this, I can just line them all up. I've got heaps of them. I've got a big jar of them actually somewhere. But I prefer these white ones to anything else because they've got the little spout at the end, which is good. So yeah, I hold on to all of them. And then when I'm doing something like this, I can have, several of the little boats going. And that way I can just, yeah, I've just been pulling one colour out at a time today because I didn't want to have everything everywhere. But normally when I'm doing some of these sort of ones, I actually have all the boats out. And it makes it just easier to grab them. I generally just leave the wrapper on top so you know what number it is. And yeah, makes it super easy because I generally do this sort of thing in one sitting like I've done today. So yeah. Does it what? Have some nuts on its chin? What are you talking about? No, that's it's a clock. It's going to be a clock. So yeah. And hello, Coda. How are you? Oi, yeah. Hello, friends. Hello, that's me. So yeah. Finally finished my book, says Jess. Written my review as well. Nice and productive. So yeah. Yeah, and the StreamYards has been doing that today, been doubling up on comments and stuff. So yeah, it's all good. It is all good, but we have got to the end of the stream. As you can see, I will be live again tomorrow for a crafty session over on Divinely Design Studio. We were doing Stitch With Me. I might do a little bit of diamond painting as well. We'll see how we go, see how I'm feeling and whatnot. But yeah, for now, we are done for today. We've been here for 8 hours. And thank you, everybody that has joined me today. I greatly appreciate it. Once I'm finished this, I'll take some photos and I'll put it in Dusty Book Sniffers Reading Nook. I've got to get a battery for it, and I've got to put the mechanism and everything, the hands on it and stuff. So I'll get all that sorted once it's done. And as I said, I might end up getting a paint pen and just touching up where these have run over. Like, it was just a cheap little. I mean, I paid $7.95 for the one to get the stuff for it. So yeah, so be sure to go over to Divinely Design Studio and subscribe there, and come and join me tomorrow for another crafty session where I'll be doing doing a little bit of stitching, which I'm working on Humming of the Bee. And if I haven't finished this, I'll finish this, and then I'm going to start on my witchy poo. So yeah, all right. As I said, that's it from me today. Have a wonderful day, everybody. Don't forget to hit that like button on the way out, and if you haven't already done so, hit that subscribe button to all notifications. And of course, I will see you all tomorrow. And if I don't see you tomorrow, I will see you on Friday. Have a great night, everybody, and I'll see you all soon. Bye.